So the only other thing I can say is, if you want to have your levels here, coming up to about here.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah, I've dealt with that before, especially getting red and turned down a little bit.
Yeah, it doesn't hit red. There's no red on this.
Oh, no red?
Well, no.
Okay.
And I can actually hear us now.
Good morning, everyone. There we go. Welcome to State of the Net 2022. We're really glad to have you today for a great panel on kids, cashless apps, and COPPA, who's protecting kids' fintech privacy. This is an issue that's as prescient as ever, as everyone in the room knows. Screen time, usage of apps like these has really soared during the pandemic. With added screen time, we see additional interactions with different platforms and inevitably more business transactions that kids are engaging in. And so looking forward to having a discussion today about the laws that are on the books to protect kids as they're engaging in these transactions and engaging with fintech, and what more policymakers and private actors could be doing to protect children. And so I'm joined by a terrific panel of experts today that have been working on this issue all for a long time. We have Jamie Suskind, who is a tech policy advisor for Senator Marsha Blackburn, who is the ranking member on the Senate Commerce Consumer Protection Committee. She previously worked at the Consumer Technology Association and at the FCC. We have Jessica Rich, who is of counsel at the law firm Kelly Dry, and she previously served at the Federal Trade Commission in various roles, including Director of the Bureau of Consumer Protection. We have Sid Terry, who is the Chief of Staff to Congresswoman Jan Schakowsky, who chairs the House Energy and Commerce Committee's Consumer Protection Panel, and he previously served as her Legislative Director. And lastly, but not least, we have Rick Lane, CEO of Iggy Ventures. He previously served as Senior Vice President of Government Affairs at 21st Century Fox. So I wanted to kick off the discussion today by talking a little bit about what makes fintech and these issues around financial transactions distinct. And so I'm wondering, perhaps we can just go down the line, and I'd like to hear what you all think are distinct concerns, issues, challenges posed by fintech when it comes to children's privacy. So Jamie, would you like to start off?
Sure. First of all, thanks to State of the Net for having me today. I'm happy to join all these really great panelists. So I would say for anyone who's been following my boss since she started in the Senate, moved over from the House, she's talked about how consumer privacy is one of her, probably the biggest focus for her in the tech space. And also, for the past several years, she's been talking about the importance of kids' privacy and kids' safety online. And as we start thinking about this, we had occasion to start thinking a bit about the financial space and learning more about how kids are starting to use financial apps, things like Venmo. Kids are getting debit cards, which in and of itself, this doesn't seem like a problem. I have a daughter, she's going to be 5 soon, maybe when she hits about 12 is the time that I would start thinking, okay, I could teach her how to use a debit card, how to use, financial apps, so she can learn about sort of being, financially responsible, things like that. But at the same time, we started to think about how it seems like there's this gap there where the existing privacy laws that are out there don't really seem to cover or anticipate this issue, right? I mean, Gramm-Leach-Bliley seems to assume that you would be not a minor, right? It doesn't seem like you would ever think that a minor would be using something like a debit card or a credit card, or at least back then you probably wouldn't have thought about, them using financial apps. COPPA obviously exists, right? There's a consent regime, but at the same time, it's there and it's sort of like the bare bones notice and consent type stuff. But at the same time, it's like, it might not be anticipating sort of the wealth of financial information that, and other things, location data, things like that, that kids could be providing to these apps on a real-time basis. So, I think that this is a really interesting area in general, right? Kids' privacy is a really interesting area for us. So just happy to chat about it some more. Sorry.
Hello? I just turned it off. Okay, but now I turned it on again. It's great to be here talking about kids' privacy and data, apps, etc. I think that there are a bunch of concerns that are raised by these tools. First, there is comprehensive data collection it's not just your personal data, it's your financial transactions, it's your location data. The several laws apply. COPPA applies, GLB applies, but not comprehensively and not adequately. And one key area that's a gap is teens or tweens. And by the way, GLB and COPPA, the main laws that apply, were both passed in about 2000. I did the first rulemaking under COPPA, and my 24-year-old son had just been born. Kids, and this is true in other areas too, but kids are far more sophisticated about apps and the controls on them than their parents are. So these models that assume parents are going to control for their kids are very outdated. And the final thing I'll say is that to the extent that these laws are not adequate, part of that is that the way we have been approaching privacy with notice and choice is not adequate, because once people click through these annoying screens and pop-ups and say, yeah, sure, because they're not really focusing on what's going on. That's not their focus at the moment. They just want to use an app. Anything goes. Our notice and choice laws, that's basically what they do. So they don't provide, even when it's a very comprehensive and notice and choice, people are inclined to just click through, and it just really doesn't provide the protections that are needed.
Thanks, Jessica, and thanks everyone for being here, and it's very humbling to be on this distinguished panel. I'll kind of go, just build off a lot of what Jessica just said, and actually what Jamie said too about the idea of getting people a debit card or for your kids or whatever. I think in many ways that was, having a teenager with a credit card or a debit card was sort of a high-class problem in the past, something that wealthier parents would be doing. But I think that in many ways, pandemic as well as the apps have made that a much more universal issue and have brought to the front the need that we have to really think critically and to step into the space. I'll sort of make a little bit broader comment beyond that. I mean, I think that one thing that, we on the Democrats on the House Energy and Commerce Committee, particularly the Consumer Protection Subcommittee, pretty much feel universally that the idea that we more or less treat as adults, children 14 and up, is a fairly major flaw, especially with kind of the, for lack of a better term, great power that the internet has. The internet at this point where we stand now, as kind of Jessica noted, is both our past, present, and future, right? Web 1, Web 2, Web 3. But, when I was 14, 15 years old, if I wanted to do something either good or bad, I had to go down to the computer in the basement at my parents' house. I had to dial up. I had to search for something and let it load. Usually I'd go do something else. It would take so long to load the page I wanted to do and then come back to it. I mean, again, again, the good and the bad is all at their fingertips now on their phones. So we really need to be thinking about that. But the other thing that I really think about in terms of this loophole is the way in which it can allow for targeting of kids and tweens, as Jessica noted. I think back, we had a hearing in September 2020 at which Tim Kendall, who was the first revenue officer at Facebook and later the head of Pinterest, spoke. And in my boss's testimony, there was a Vice article shortly before that where Facebook engineers said of the group algorithms feature were the quote-unquote scariest feature of the platform, the darkest manifestation. A user enters into one group and Facebook essentially pigeonholes them into a lifestyle they can never get out of. Well, now that sounds hyperbolic, and it perhaps is, and who knows why that employee was talking to Vice in the first place. It's important to remember that they're talking about adults in that case. They're not talking about kids. And I think if we all think back to what we were like when we were 14 or 15, I think we have to really think about, and think about this in terms of cigarettes. And that was what Tim Kendall did at that very hearing. We recognize that those years are habit forming and can be built and can shape you who you are for the rest of your life. And by allowing for companies who may not always have the best intentions, I know many of the ones all the ones that are here surely do, but who may not have the best intentions, to be able to target our children like that, I think is a huge oversight and something that needs rectifying quickly. And I'll leave it there.
And I just have to note that you look way too young to have used dial-up.
I feel really old because I remember having my son using dial-up and showing him how to use the internet. So that's really kind of scary in of itself. Now he works up on Capitol Hill. But for me, when I left Fox, I wanted to do something good. And so I decided to volunteer my time to advise online child safety groups on tech policy. I felt 30 years of experience could help them, and they don't have the resources to compete with, the professional lobbyists in this town who are really good and really smart, but may have a different view on some of these tech policy issues. I worked on the FOSTA-SESTA legislation, working on Section 230 reform, Earn It Act, as well as the dark who is GDPR problem that's putting our national security at risk. I was approached about a year and a half ago by Rigo, which is the company that is the parent company of the Missoula app. And they wanted to talk to me about this app that they were rolling out that helped protect kids' privacy. And we hear a lot of these companies that are out there. And once they explained to me what they were trying to do, here I'm supposed to be a child privacy advocate and expert, and I had never thought of the simple fact that when I got my kids' credit cards, that I didn't opt out of anything, that they had been tracked since the age of 14 all the way now through adulthood with every credit card purchase they've made with their social security numbers, their name, their date of birth, everything to create a dossier. And then this light bulb went on and said, imagine once that financial transactions get combined with your social networking history. You have a dossier on kids before they hit 18 that is second to none and nothing that we have ever seen or foreseen as we were looking at COPPA and GLBA. So when Rigo was showing me their tech, I was like, oh my gosh, a technological solution that solves a public policy problem. And one of the people I reached out to was Jessica. I was like, what, have you thought about this? Like we're kind of in the same world. When I was doing MySpace, Jessica and I would have conversations all the time. How do we protect kids on MySpace? Never thinking, oh, what about their financial transactions? So working with members in the House and the Senate and others, one of the things I'm real excited about this event is to really bring this issue to the forefront, because it's not an issue that we really have spoken about since the 98 passage of COPPA and the 99 passage of GLBA.
I realized a couple minutes ago that I never introduced myself. I'm Cristiano Lima, technology reporter with the Washington Post. I write our Tech 202 newsletter. First live event in a couple years, folks. So I wanted to turn, and Jessica, you alluded to this, but you mentioned that you think there are gaps in the existing laws, and you mentioned the cutoffs, but I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about what you see as existing gaps in COPPA, and then also Graham-Leach-Bliley and other standards that we have around this.
Well, I think it's important to understand first what does exist, because I think there's a lot of confusion around that. So maybe could I just start with that? So I think the main laws that apply in this space, and I'm talking US and I'm talking commercial, is COPPA, which is parental consent for the collection, use, of disclosure of information for kids under 13. Then there's GLB, which allows people to opt out of third-party sharing, but not with affiliates, which is a big loophole. And that would apply to all people, including kids. So there's an overlap there. There's also the FTC Act, which prohibits unfair and deceptive practices and provides the FTC with a lot of flexibility to protect kids even outside of those sectoral laws. And then there are state laws, and one in particular, California adds a consent for third-party sharing with 13 to 16, and a lot of other state laws in the pipeline that may address kids. And then, of course, there are proposals like Jamie's boss's recent proposal for minors. But it's very important to know that COPPA does, it's certainly not up to the task today, but it does have a lot of protections that parents can use if they're paying attention. It applies to this space. Not only can the FTC enforce it, but all the banking regulators can enforce it, because the FTC lacks jurisdiction over banks, but it does allow the banking regulators to also enforce it. But It applies to these apps. It applies not only to the apps themselves, but to third parties that collect information through these apps. It has notice on the website and directly to parents, alerting parents that data collection may be going on. It's got parental consent requirements that have some teeth, but also have some flaws because, for example, using a credit card is considered a form of parental consent. So if a parent doesn't want a kid to just use their credit card to say, my parent consented, they're going to need to be paying attention. And, you know, I don't want to go on too long, but, parents can get access to data that's collected about their kids. And then, as I said, GLB also provides some tools. So the reason this is inadequate is it's fundamentally based on the notice and choice model, which if you're not paying attention, you just run right through it, and then you know, it's a free-for-all. And it doesn't, COPPA doesn't extend to teens or tweens. So we do need new laws, and I guess that's my summary of it for now.
And if I could just jump in and say, and then channel 100% my boss here, but I mean, one of the things that you kind of, my big takeaway from your really helpful run through there, Jessica, was that the burden is on parents in this case, yes. Right? And so well-educated, often well-to-do parents are going to be able to protect their children, but many others are not going to have that opportunity, nor even know that they're missing that opportunity, right? And that's where I think that's kind of what the paradigm shift has to take place in our laws, right?
Well, to the extent you have access to the extent that parents have access to the internet and sophistication about the tools, they can do this regardless of income. But many lower income parents both don't have the time because they're working double jobs, and they may not have access to these tools.
Can I also? Yeah. I mean, I think all those points are right. So my boss, along with Senator Blumenthal, who chairs the Consumer Protection Subcommittee, they held 5 hearings over the last year, bringing in a lot of the big players in this space. They brought in YouTube, they brought in TikTok, they brought in Instagram, they brought in Facebook, which I guess is now Meta. We brought in Snapchat. So they've had everybody up there. They had the Facebook whistleblower, you know, and basically what we've seen is that regardless of COPPA, it seems like a lot of these companies are either willfully or perhaps, I guess, negligently disregarding COPPA, right? I mean, we saw a lot of documents that showed that Facebook was actively recruiting kids under 13 to the platform using siblings to do it. And so it seems like, you know, I'm a Republican, right? I mean, my boss is a Republican. We're not looking to create a nanny state, but it's very tough for parents to be working in sort of a good faith way when the companies are not. And it seems like, you know, me as a parent, right, and I work in this space, right? I feel like I'm knowledgeable in this space, but even I probably would miss things that sort of an everyday parent, you know, living in the Midwest would never even think to look for, particularly when these companies are trying to actively flout, you know, the rules in COPPA now. So that's why my boss and Senator Blumenthal recently introduced a bill. I would say that we should not necessarily get rid of COPPA, but at the same time, I acknowledge, as Jessica says, that when it comes to kids and, you know, what do we call it, tween safety, that there definitely is a major gap here and that there's more that needs to happen. You know, there's parental safety features that, you know, can be put on by default. There's safety audits that can be taking place. There's age verifications that they need to frankly do a better job of doing. I recognize that some of these companies will say, hey, we're doing the best that we can and we can't help it if kids lie. But if nothing else, it's like you're trying to collect the age data based on the data that you already collect. You should be setting things more. I mean, we saw that, for example, Instagram said that you know, kids and teens profiles should automatically be defaulted to private. And then we saw that that actually wasn't happening. It's things like that that we need to be thinking about in addition to COPPA. I mean, certainly the Hill is talking about whether COPPA works, whether COPPA should be updated, but there's more than that that needs to be happening. And like I said, you know, we're not looking to create a nanny state, but we also recognize that parents are you know, in a way, like they're working at odds with companies that are, you know, able to pull one over on them, frankly, and that parents are stressed. It's been a pandemic. Parents are working, kids are at home. They're just trying to figure out what to do. And so, you know, we think that there's more that needs to be done to protect kids' safety online here.
So you mentioned that you think that there are companies that are flaunting the standards on the book. So putting a pin in the potential changes to the laws that exist. I mean, how much of the issue here is enforcement and the extent to which, I mean, we've heard from kid safety advocates for years that they wish that COPPA and these standards would be more rigorously enforced. So how much of that do you think is part of the issue?
Yeah, I mean, and obviously Jessica spent many years at FTC, but I do think that there's more enforcement that needs to happen. I don't happen to agree that the answer is getting rid of the safe harbors in COPPA. She may have a different view, but I do think that it would be nice to see more enforcement. But at the same time, when we have, you know, Facebook coming up there and saying, well, we just removed 800,000 underage accounts. Like, how do you get 800,000 underage accounts on your platform in the first place? So, you know, we need to be really thinking about sort of the protections that are in place on the front end so we don't have to rely on the FTC in every case to be, you know, enforcing against 800,000 accounts.
If I can just
I see you
add.
gearing up over there. Go ahead.
Yeah, so one of the things about COPPA that I would early on, you know, always was a strong supporter of is the self-regulatory regime of having these secondary entities that are certified by the Federal Trade Commission to help in this enforcement side. I do think that that can be stepped up and there can be greater scrutiny of the self-regulatory regimes that are out there. We're very proud at Missoula and Rigo that we are COPPA certified. We took that very seriously. We built privacy from the ground up, working with Prevo and others to make sure that we had the regimes in place, and that's very helpful for parents. I always looked at that as sort of a good housekeeping seal of approval so that you wouldn't have to worry about the 800,000 companies that are out there and hoping and crossing your fingers they're doing the right thing, that there was a mechanism that could help guide parents but also hold these companies accountable. So I hope that stays in place. The other thing I just want to make sure is that digital wallets and debit cards are a good thing. The fintech world, as we heard from Congressman McCaul, you know, it can be pluses and minuses, just like, you know, digital currencies and Bitcoin and all the other issues that are out there. We just need to make sure we have it in place. But one of the positive things as we're heading into you know, the financial literacy month is that there's a lot of great products that fintech can be helpful on and to help kids learn how to manage money, to get chores, to donate to charities, and a few other functionalities that Missoula and other digital financial apps do. But at the same time, you don't want all that information collected on these kids of what they're doing and their financial literacy. So providing tools to help kids in this cashless society and learn about financial literacy is critically important. The question here is, what are the rules of the road in this fintech world to protect kids' privacy and their financial privacy?
Yeah, I just want to note for especially the press here that we, the Energy and Commerce Committee, led by Congresswoman Castor, who's kind of our lead along with Ms. Trahan, Ms. Rice, and Ms. Dingle on kids issues, conducted oversight on all these third-party companies, and I believe we have all of our responses back from them. If any of them are here or watching and you haven't gotten it back, this is me guilting you. But so I think that we're going to be, we're kind of evaluating this space right now. And if there are other people here who have insights and we have not reached out to you, we'd welcome those at this time.
So
can I make a point about something that is particularly challenging in this area is knowing when you are dealing with a kid. And COPPA may be too porous in that it's kid-directed sites, and then if you're a kid-directed site, you're covered, or if you're a site that has actual knowledge you're dealing with a kid. So your bill deals with it differently. It provides protections when the covered entities, when somebody's reasonably likely to be, when the site is reasonably likely to be used by a minor, or when the entity that owns the site, that operates the site or the app, reasonably believes they're dealing with a minor. Those are difficult standards too. And so for all you researchers out there, I think getting this right is going to require that knowledge standard, that standard for when you're responsible, when you know you're dealing with a kid, to be adjusted properly so we get the proper coverage. It's a very challenging area.
Yeah, so I'd love to dig into some of the proposals that you all referenced. Obviously, both the House Energy and Commerce Committee and the Senate Commerce Committee have been very active on this. Sid, I know you all are holding a hearing around, tech accountability tomorrow. I'm wondering if you could talk about how you all see this particular piece around kids' privacy, fintech fitting into your agenda there.
Well, we're still reviewing the Blumenthal-Blackburn proposal. That being said, when you have Senator Blumenthal and Senator Blackburn coming together, it gets a lot of attention. And so we're reviewing it really, really closely. That being said, again, I mentioned Ms. Castor and kind of the other members who she's working with. They have a proposal out there that we Democrats like a lot. I think our minority counterparts aren't as enthralled with it, but I could be wrong. But either way, I think we see this as being a key part of a comprehensive privacy bill. We're looking to kind of, it was announced in November that we made a proffer to the minority there on that. The base text for that would be, at this point, the Castor bill from our perspective, but obviously we expect that to be negotiated. And we'll see where it goes. But and our message to everybody here would be that we view the Blumenthal-Blackburn bill as a live issue, and our hope would be that we could use that as a springboard to a comprehensive privacy bill. But again, I don't think we're going to hold it up or wait for that either.
Yeah, so that's interesting, and Jamie, maybe if you want to speak to this, there have been questions for a long time about whether lawmakers should move ahead on this idea of a comprehensive privacy bill, move ahead on a more distinct proposal that's focused on updating COPPA. It seems that Sid, you think that maybe it should be rolled into that comprehensive proposal, but Jamie, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm not at liberty to share the discussions my boss is having with other members, but she has said publicly, right, like, let's get them all done. I don't think she views this bill as a substitute for comprehensive consumer privacy. She thinks, she would tell you, she's on TV all the time talking about it, right? That is, I think, one of the most important things that she thinks that Congress needs to get done as soon as possible. Obviously, this is also a really top priority, but I don't think that changes her calculus about the importance of consumer privacy. So, I think if I were channeling her, she'd say, well, let's get it all done.
And so I want to dig into a couple of the specific aspects of legislation that you all have mentioned. The age cutoffs in COPPA. There are a number of different standards across CCPA in California, GDPR, the UK's age-appropriate design code that all would potentially boost or have boosted protections for not just children, but also tweens, teens to an extent. I'm wondering if you all could speak to which protections you think should be, if at all, to be expanded beyond the current federal U.S. standards, and which ones you think should be kept in place. And that's for anyone. Yeah, go ahead.
So my personal view is that we should start at age 17 and under. I think, as a parent has gone through it, I thought when I was 17, I knew everything. It's just typical being 17. But they're going to make mistakes, and you don't want them making life-altering mistakes, as I like to say. So I think it should be 17 and younger, but I understand that compromises need to be made, and it looks like there's a consensus around 16. And if we can get really secure protections at that age, again, compromise is the name of the game in this town if you want to get legislation through, especially in the privacy area. But I also am concerned about, I love Venmo. I use it all the time. I think it's great. I don't understand why people allow others to see their transactions. That just baffles the heck out of me. I'm looking at my phone and my Venmo, and people are saying what they gave their kids money for and their friends. I don't get that, but they want to do that. That is their right. But when they're 17 and under, that is a little more troubling because that's open data. That's the data that can be scraped. That's the data that can be used by others who are not even part, as we've seen with Facebook and other social networking sites where they're scraped, that information can be used for somebody who's younger, who thinks they know everything and who cares, because I'm 17, I'm gonna be 17 forever. So I think those are some of the areas that we need to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I'll sound a bit like a broken record. I think that our official position at this point is the Castor bill, which I believe takes it up to 17. And I think that we'd also want to take a hard look at the issues that are being raised here as well. But again, I'm going to sound, like I said, like a broken record. Blackburn Blumenthal has definitely got a lot of attention.
A chief element of any bill needs to be that it's enforceable. And I do see in the UK code and even the bill that you guys have, the Blumenthal Blackburn bill, some elements that would be very difficult to enforce that I think there needs to be meat on the bones. For example, a general duty of care, it will be very hard for any agency to enforce. And so there needs to be a little more fleshing out of what that means. I do think there need to be some special controls for tweens or whatever we're calling them, but more work needs to be done on what happens if both the tweens and the parents try to implement those controls at the same time. And otherwise there's this terrible battle and the tweens are going to win. At least in my house. Yeah, and I do strongly believe, I don't have a view on 16 or 17, but you know that the 13 to 16 should have some special protections.
We've alluded to the UK's age-appropriate design code. There was recently legislation introduced in California that basically seeks to export some of those protections and create a framework that mirrors that in the US context. But more broadly, I'm wondering if you think that that is an approach, and again, I'll open this up to anyone, that other states should be looking to emulate, or what, if anything, we should be taking from other standards on this featured in GDPR or CCPA?
No states, don't do it. Jessica and I had a conversation right before this panel about you know, whether our bill had intended to preempt states. I mean, I think that's probably the clear intent. We just, you know, I think in our view, we didn't need to put the language in, but, you know, perhaps we do need to put the language in. I think that it's, no, not right now, not today. But yeah, I think it would get very messy, particularly given the way that companies are structured. And maybe that's just me, you know, belying my Republican preemption, right? But we need not for states to do this.
And let me broaden this out a little bit. If there are aspects of those proposals that you think should also feature in a federal bill.
So let me just reiterate that I do believe the UK code would be difficult to just to take straight to enforcement because it's written like a best practices document. And as a former longtime enforcer, I would have a hard time using that to go to court. But you could combine an approach like the UK code with safe harbors where groups could put meat on the bones, could interpret that kind of code specific to particular industries, and then people who enter those safe harbors who are willing to be part of those programs would make pledges to comply with those more specific standards, which would then be enforceable and more specific.
So I want to turn a little bit to, we've talked a lot about the regulatory side. I'm wondering, I want to talk a little bit about what private actors, companies could be doing to boost children's privacy around fintech financial transactions. I'd love to go down the line and hear if you all can think of an example of a company in the private sector that you think is taking some positive steps to address some of these issues and that you think other companies should potentially be emulating. or if anyone, whoever wants to jump in.
Well, I know that when my kids were tweens, we used a payment card that had limited features. So there was only I think it was a credit union. No, it was USAA, not that I'm trying to advertise for anyone, but you know, it didn't track them in a comprehensive way. There was only so much they could do with the cards, but they were able to pay for things and they could deal with it in an emergency. So that seems like a very basic way to approach, not that I'm sure we would want to legislate that, but there could be options for parents so that they don't sign kids up for a data collection machine.
Easy fix. You know, it's actually hard for me to say of a company that's doing a good job. I know Rick has flagged his company. That I just heard about them fairly recently. You know, I would just, as an anecdote, one of our staffers was an engineer at a big tech company, social media company, who did GDPR implementation. And they told me and our whole office basically that the company basically made a blank announcement that they did not have any users under 13. And therefore they did not have to worry about COPPA. And that's—
They had no actual knowledge. Yeah.
Correct. And I think that that's a lot what Jamie was kind of talking about earlier. And so, you know, given the size and power of the company that she came from, that suggests to me that's a common industry practice. So I'm not really, I think we really ought to be more trying to press them on this issue instead of you know, praising anybody at this point.
So I'm a little biased here, obviously, working with Missoula and knowing what they have done in this space. You know, this is a commercial for them, no. But the ability of building privacy from the ground up and ensuring the protection of kids is what you should be looking for. I think, you know, I protect my own personal name brand with you know, with a lot of effort to ensure that, you know, when I'm working with an entity or groups that people know that I truly believe in what those companies are doing. And working closely with Missoula, I know that their hearts and their minds are in the right place. When they started this company was actually started in 2008. When they began looking at this issue way before the pandemic. You know, the technology has been in development those years, and now I always look, it's a very old, it's like the old saying, you know, it took me 10 years to become an overnight success. And I think Missoula and Rigo is in that space right now. And again, when they came to me and looking what they did, it's all the things that we always talk about from a policy standpoint of what companies need to do. And Rigo, Missoula, with their Missoula Pay button, which is like an Apple Pay button or a Google, Android or Google Pay button on sites and all these things, it's what companies should be doing. And we're trying to become the standard that other companies are trying to reach.
So I won't list a company. In part, it probably wouldn't be appropriate for me to, but number one, the example you cited was on the show Silicon Valley for anyone who watched that. So it's real and it tracks. But I would say, right, as a matter of principles, we should be thinking about things like data minimization for kids, you know, limiting the data transfers for kids, right? A lot of the companies, I mean, I will throw TikTok under the bus because my boss would let me throw TikTok under the bus. But if you read their privacy policy, that's scary. They're collecting a lot of things that probably you all as adults would not want collected on you. You know, also query what they do with it, but that's a lot of things, and our kids are on it, and our kids are pretty much addicted to it, you know, kids in the US, and that's a lot of information that is not, I'm not comfortable with, you know, having collected on kids and teens.
So we're actually coming up on time, and I do want to give a chance for the audience to ask any questions. Duncan over here, in just a minute, I want to ask just one more question to the panel, but if after this question's done, if you'd like to raise your hand to ask a question to our panelists, we'll run out a mic to you. Just the last question from me. So, you know, humor me and say that you were made omnipotent ruler of all things privacy for a day. In the U.S., what would be the single most significant change you think could be made, whether it's something private sector companies could be doing, something regulators should be doing, or a change to existing standards? What would be the most impactful?
Oh, my Lord. 22 years I've been involved in monitoring congressional actions on privacy. In 2000, I was the manager that was responsible for a report to Congress calling on Congress to pass comprehensive privacy legislation. 22 years of hearings and bills, et cetera. We need that so badly. The mess that we have today is in large part due to Congress's, it's not you personally, failure to act all these years. And so we need a comprehensive approach.
I agree.
I'll go really quickly. I think that a ban on cross-app tracking and a opt-in consent model would be the most impactful things.
I mean, being a public policy person and having worked on all these years on the privacy issue in general, I mean, let's face it, there's two major hurdles that Congress has to overcome: federal preemption and private right of action. Those are the hurdles. And unless we come to some type of agreement, which we did just in the CAN-SPAM Act, I always thought that was it shows you how old I am because I worked on the CAN-SPAM Act. But it was a model that I thought could work. The other thing I think, if I was able to implement legislation, is the ability, making it illegal, except for in certain circumstances, to re-anonymize data. I think that's also a big loophole because you can take, quote, anonymous data and re-anonymize it. We saw that with research that was done when there was a big data link. So having restrictions on re-anonymizing data, I think would also be key. So federal preemption, strong federal preemption, so we can have one dealing with the private right of action in a way that makes sense and giving states the ability to enforce, and dealing with the anonymized data and the re-anonymization of data.
Great. So if anyone has questions, if you want to just raise your hand, we'll run out a mic to you.
Please, this is usually the best part.
Hi, friends. So we talked a lot about teens and tweens privacy, and that oftentimes when we hear this debate discusses children privacy, we're actually talking about much older children or teenagers. How do you balance the trade-offs between the fact that we have children or teenagers in this range that are trying to seek information that they may not want their parents to know about, with also ensuring that there is parental choice and that parents are well educated around the tools that are available to them?
So you all may have other feelings, but I think in our bill we tried to balance that. I mean, we raised the age to 16, which I think for companies, they told us that would be easier in terms of compliance with existing regimes like GDPR, but at the same time, the parental controls are there by default, but can be turned off. I think that that's important that the parents and the kids be able to work together to be able to say, hey, I'm mature enough, right? When I was a kid, frankly, my parents would never have deigned to put controls onto me, right? But, to be able to say, okay, I don't need my profile set to private. I don't need to have this particular control in place, right? Or the parent can just kind of do that knowing that their kid is mature enough, right? And I would also say, right, that certainly our intent is not to apply to sites like, for example, Wikipedia, right? I mean, if that's how you all read it, I'm happy to clarify that that's not the case, but certainly it's not meant to apply to like general usage research type sites where kids should be able to go and, research and look up other things that are sort of outside of this is a child intended site.
Great question, and that's always the balance as a parent, right? When do you track your kids when they're driving, or the first time they're riding a bike and go in the neighborhood, it's scary to let go, and the first time they go to school, and do you follow them to school? That's the age-old question of being a parent, of those balancing, and so having the tools that are set on helps in that, because parents, what I hear in my online, the child safety groups, is parents don't know how to turn the tools on. They're very complicated, and they're unsure what to do. And we always hear this refrain that my kids know more than I do about the technology, and they've been saying that for 20 years, and now the people who are saying it are the kids who are now adults and have kids. And so I think there's that balancing. There are tools out there like SafetyNet and others who have looked at that. I would highly recommend you look at those. I have no financial interest in SafetyNet, but they're a UK entity, and they try to balance that where the privacy versus notifying parents when there's maybe cyberbullying. I think there's Bark is another one that is out there that has some of these tools. So there's tools out there. But I am working on the Earn It Act, and one of the things that was very disappointing when Apple flip-flopped on their announcement, what bothered me is that they were saying parents don't have a right to know when their teenagers have nude pictures and CSAM going across their phones. I think that's an easy one. Yes, as a parent, if it's CSAM, which is illegal, I think I should know as a parent. And I was disappointed that Apple decided to flip on that with some pressure. But other issues of research and Wikipedia and finding other information of your own sexuality and things like that, I think, again, that's where parents need to trust their kids and have some latitude in doing so.
So you've hit on a critical issue, which also fed into what I was saying about, the battling controls, and it's one of the reasons that Congress, with the FTC's input, originally did the under 13, although sometimes I joke it's just about, that was bar mitzvah age, and that somebody just chose it for that. I think the balance between parents and their children isn't really solvable in legislation. The idea is that you give parents the tools that they have in other contexts, but not so much online. But you can't solve for the parents' relationship with their children, how parents supervise the minors, and some of that is just going to have to be worked out on an individual family level. We can't solve for that perfectly in legislation.
Yeah, and I'd just also say that I think that tension is something that a lot of industry has exploited for a long time in order to prevent being regulated. So that would just be, and I think it's, from my perspective, it's kind of worn out. I mean, if you look at, I think on the one hand, we have a bill, the Informed Consumers, that passed the House as part of the Competes Act, and that would require verification of third-party sellers on marketplaces, as well as disclosure when they hit certain level to sellers. We think that's a perfectly appropriate and correct thing to do to make a safer internet. At the same time, we can be supportive of anonymizing children's data, raising the age, and all of that. And those are not in conflict, despite a constant refrain that they are on the part of industry.
So we've come up on time. This has been a great panel. Just to put a couple fine points on some of what we've heard, there was certainly a lot of urgency from the panel around need for comprehensive privacy legislation, including greater protections for children. We heard about some of the trade-offs around notice and choice in that model, as well as around a parental control model. I wanted to just quickly highlight some of the upcoming sessions so you all are aware. Coming up here at 11:35, we have a session on Web3, Metaverse, and the decentralized web. Is the new internet coming? And then there are also panels coming up at 11:35 on the fragmenting of internet governments in an increasingly authoritarian world, very timely given the state of current affairs. And lastly, we have a panel on once-in-a-generation broadband boost. So thank you all for joining us, and thanks so much to our panelists for all their terrific thoughts today.
Now? Ha! Good morning. Thanks for joining us for this session. I am Rachel Horn, Head of Marketing and Comms for the Filecoin Foundation. Filecoin is a decentralized storage platform that's powered by a cryptocurrency, and the foundation exists as one of many organizations in this open source community to grow and support the ecosystem. I have an incredible panel here and an incredible topic to dive into, which is Web3, the metaverse, the decentralized web. I think we will throw in blockchain and crypto just so that we have a full house. But I want to quickly go down the line and introduce my panelists. To my left is Bill Rockwood, Executive Director of the Future Forum and Legislative Director on the Hill to Representative Darren Soto. Next to him is Clev Mesidor, Public Policy Advisor for the Blockchain Association. Kurt Opschall is the Deputy Executive Director of EFF and also its General Counsel. And finally, at the end, we have Dr. Susan Persky, who is the Director of the Immersive Simulation Program at the Human Genome Institute. So thank you all for being here. Let us dive in. And I think, Kurt, I want to start with you by really defining some of these terms. Again, we have Metaverse, DWeb, and Web3 in our title here. I think in particular, if you could explain the distinction between the decentralized web and Web3.
Well, so it's a very good question, but I think that it's a challenging one because people often use these terms interchangeably, or sometimes a person may use a meaning to it that is different from how it's being perceived. They think, Web3 is a play on the Web 2, a term from about 20 years back, which was describing the shift of the World Wide Web into more social media, user-generated content being layered on top of the original version of the web. And so Web 3 is trying to describe layering things on top of Web 2, often using technologies like decentralization and blockchain technologies. Decentralized web is more of a descriptive term. It is, and I kind of prefer that term because of its descriptive nature, because it's looking at the goal, which is to find a way of re-decentralizing the World Wide Web. As you may recall, some of you might remember the early web. There was a lot of decentralization. You could have a web server in your house, and people could operate them and be both a publisher and consumer. And over time, the web got more and more centralized. And I think about decentralization is trying to make a web that is interoperable, that is locked open, and more resistant to attempts to centralize and control that, which can help protect against having a single point of failure that could be used for control, for surveillance. And both of these concepts are within the terms, but I think decentralized web at least focuses on that goal.
Clev, I want you to jump in here because I know you've talked before about how Web 2 is a chance to correct some of the mistakes of the original web and sort of where we are now. Can you dive into that a little bit?
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Well, I'm Clev Mesidor. I lead the National Policy Network of Women of Color in Blockchain, but I'm also an advisor to the Blockchain Association. I've actually been in this space for about 6 years, and the prospect of a decentralized web is, for me, because as you mentioned, we haven't really come to consensus about what is Web3. But for me, it is really about leveraging technologies like blockchain, like machine learning, like artificial intelligence to tackle some of the issues that plague users, right? Their data is sold and monetized without their permission. There's all of these hacks and breaches and, polarizing content, and no one seems to know how to solve it. So the prospect of being able to create a decentralized web where there's peer-to-peer interactions that are authentic, but also being able to potentially do microtransactions. Now, I am concerned, right? Because as you mentioned, the internet was supposed to decentralize us. When we debated policy around the internet in the 1990s, we didn't have conversations about financial literacy. And today we have a digital divide. We didn't have enough conversations about accessibility and non-technical users. And look at where we are. So we not only have an opportunity to address some of the issues that plague the web, because it's still very popular, people want to use it and need it, but it's really how do we make sure it's accessible, and how do we create a decentralized web that actually is accessible to users who never were able to effectively participate.
Great. So to sort of tie those together, and then Bill, I'm going to turn it to you. So the original intent, the original web as it was built was this peer-to-peer communication platform. Then these platform technologies were sort of built over top of that first layer of the web. And now we're moving back into this decentralized peer-to-peer interaction. But it is facilitated by, in many ways, blockchain and cryptocurrencies. So Bill, if you want, now that we've sort of laid out the structural groundwork, if you can talk to us about where blockchain and crypto come in.
Yeah. First of all, my name is Bill Rockwood. As mentioned, and I have to do my standard government statement, that all views are my own and do not necessarily reflect those of Congressman Soto or the Future Forum. And just for a little context, he is the co-chair of the Congressional Blockchain Caucus and passed the first digital asset bill out of the House of Representatives and the first blockchain bill. So now that I did that, I forgot the question.
Crypto.
Oh, yeah.
What is crypto?
What is crypto? So I think this is a very timely discussion because we're just seeing the implications of what an unregulated Web 2 and some of the issues Clev brought up have kind of just hit regulators and government folks. And like there's actually a hearing tomorrow about algorithmic bias and a lot of those things of some of these data concerns. So crypto itself is a money movement device, and blockchain, the system that underlies it, I just said it's a different way to structure data. You know, in Web 2, you had incentives for these big companies with data farms to just hold and gather all the data in one central place so that whenever you access the internet, it was in one repository, more or less. And some of the issues with that is obviously it's a huge energy consumption because you have to run the whole machinery the entire time. You're literally telling the hackers where to look. It's like, it's in there, you know, hack that. And so crypto and blockchain represent a bit of a paradigm shift just because they literally structure the data differently. You know, these distributed networks where, you know, it's localized. So if you hack anything, you only have access to the node. You only have to use the power to operate the individual node. So I think it's more important to think of the system itself and the technology, and sort of crypto is just the money piece of that, where a lot of, you know, even in Web 2, it was Wall Street and algorithmic trading that really drove those. So crypto is really the first successful use case of blockchain technology.
That's great. Yeah. It facilitates these trustless transactions so that all of this can be built automatically without these central intermediaries. And as you talk about data, I think that this is a good moment to bring Susan into the discussion with a unique perspective, but a lot of this data is required to build the metaverse, which is the last component of this discussion. So can you chime in? I think probably many people in this room saw the Super Bowl ad for Meta, which painted a version of what the metaverse could look like, but there's also a decentralized metaverse. There are platforms like Somnium and others where you can build a truly decentralized metaverse. Can you talk to us about what the metaverse is and what the role of data is?
Sure. So that is the big question. I mean, I think the first thing to make sure that, you know, we all think about is that from most people's perspective in this area, we would say the metaverse does not yet exist. So, you know, people who are developing the metaverse or making this or that for the metaverse, you know, what they're creating for is not what I would term as the metaverse that we're hoping and expecting to see 5, 10, 15 years down the road. So, I mean, the idea of the metaverse is really to have a completely interoperable system, persistent, it exists whether or not you as a person are signed on. There are, you know, places we can bring together people, things, experiences, and make it sort of seamless, right? So moving away from these walled gardens we have now where everything would be sort of existing in the same, you could think of it as sort of a meta world in a way. where the world basically has a digital component or a digital twin that you could interact with. So, I mean, data, of course, is everything. Everything is digital. Everything depends on data, right? And so that's going to be the huge question. Whose data, how? You know, I think a lot of visions people have for the metaverse are that we are all creators, we have ownership, we have an economy. You know, these are the things that are going to lie on the bedrock of what everyone else has already talked about. You know, but in general, I think the way to think about it is it's this convergence of a maturing of a whole bunch of technologies all at once. You know, my perspective on it is from the XR immersive kind of component, and that's what we sort of think is going to be one of the main ways that you're going to interface with the metaverse, you know, is to sort of have it available to you in 3D in a way where you feel like you are there, as opposed to sort of sitting in the room you're sitting in, wearing your headset, or, you know, whatever the technology starts to look like in 10 years from now. So it's a huge kind of concept. Different people have different definitions, but that's, I think, a place to start.
That's great. Also, I want to note that if we have time at the end, we'll open it up to questions to start thinking about that now. Now that we've sort of laid out these technologies and what they are, and I think, Susan, you started to talk about this, like the why they matter question. And I think we've seen, you know, like when you look at what's happening in Ukraine now, it is such a strong use case for decentralized communications platforms. So people whose voices are being oppressed, or in the case of, like, you know, against the spread of misinformation, like the tools built on these decentralized technologies really shine. Filecoin, which is the project that I work on, is this decentralized storage technology, but our mission at its core is to preserve humanity's most important information, and that means making sure that people's voices who are otherwise unheard are heard, making sure that you know, misinformation is appropriately you know, noted, and that people can understand truth from fiction, and that we're cataloging information online. So, Kurt, you know, from EFF's vantage point, I'm sure this is pretty close to what you're working on too. How do you think about these decentralized technologies for civil liberties?
Absolutely. I think that they are very important for civil liberties, and important because of the challenges that we've had with the centralization of control, where there is a single location which has the potential to become a sort of one-stop shop for government to come to obtain information about the users, or for a black hat hacker to come to take the data that is there, or for the corporation itself to be gathering the information and using it in ways that maybe the users don't like. And so sort of decentralizing and moving away from a centralized model can make it more challenging for these activities. And I think, you know, highlighting out of the situation in Ukraine and with Russia is that if you are faced with an authoritarian regime, that it is good to have it so it's harder to get at your information, and harder for them to be able to censor that information. And what we have seen is in the wake of some of the news coming out of Ukraine in Russia, they have taken steps to restrict access to social media, to Twitter and Facebook, in an attempt to use their more centralized control and pressure that can be put on. And this is in line with some things we've seen around the world, where a push for localization, trying to get the servers of the large companies to be in the jurisdiction, subject to the jurisdiction, so that they can enforce their laws on censorship and preventing conversations. And so having more decentralized methods of communication, or being able to share information, can be very helpful in fighting against that. And there's some technologies that are being promoted now, like there is a Briar app that can allow people to communicate with their smartphones in a situation where the internet is out with encrypted communications. And, you know, thus far, I don't believe the internet has yet been shut down in Ukraine, but that may be something to at least prepare for. And you can also have technologies that will allow people to get information out that are hard to stop. And getting information out from a conflict zone is very important for helping people find out about misuses. So yeah, I think decentralization can be, at least well-made decentralization will be critical for civil liberties.
Exactly. And it's not just about communication, it's also about getting funding to people, right? So Clev, I'm sure you have something to say about that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think what we're seeing in Ukraine is what we've seen in terms of global adoption of cryptocurrency. Globally, and even here in the US, people who have been locked out of the traditional financial system are gravitating towards cryptocurrency. And that's the same what we're seeing in Ukraine. When it comes to the currency, when it comes to the central bank, shutting things down and people not being able to access their monies, but people are able to get them cryptocurrency. And certainly communication as well, people who have been locked out of communication systems. Here in the US, we know that Black and Latino communities lead mainstream adoption of crypto by double digits. And that is because of having been locked out of the traditional financial system. And I would say, there's full disclosure, there's concern about in the Ukraine, right? Both sides are using cryptocurrency, right? But I think we need to focus on the people who have been locked out, dictators, leaders, whatever you want to call them, are always going to find tools to do what they need to do. But in the past, the only reason that their rule has maintained is because the masses did not have any options. They didn't have any access. They didn't have any resources. And now they're empowered with a tool like cryptocurrency, where they're not just, or crypto, they're not just locked out of communication. They can get communication out in a secure and safe manner, but they can get access to necessary resources to be safe and actually have that level of freedom and control.
Great. Does anybody else want to weigh in on where we are with these technologies and helping people? Yeah.
And I think one aspect we need to also keep in mind is the unalterable nature of distributed ledger technology. Two instances that predate this that are really important to bring up now. If you look at the Russian election hack of 2016, the original 14 subpoenas that came out of that were actually because they were Bitcoin transactions that they could trace back to the people involved. And you can't alter that. One of the greatest weapons of authoritarian states is their flow of information. And when you can't alter those things, it creates, a truth aspect that you can't hide. And also, that was one of the reasons that China had such a strong reaction to crypto, because people were using the Bitcoin network to share pieces of sensitive information. And once it's out there, they can't change it. That it's a government-free system. So I think that's one piece that there are going to be these misinformation and amplification things through social media, but I think that's one of the things that scares dictators most about these technologies is once it's out there, you can't go and alter it. There's somewhere that code exists, and I think that is one of the core values of a lot of people that operate in the system.
Right, and to add to that, it's, there's this misconception that Bitcoin is anonymous. It is not, it is pseudonymous, and you can figure out, and we've seen cases of government being able to retrieve, stolen assets because you can work backwards through the system.
And blockchain forensics has been a huge tool for law enforcement here in the US and globally as well. And many people are not aware some of the biggest blockchain companies exist to help governments and law enforcement track the public keys. So while it's not about Clev being a criminal, it's about truly being able to finally follow the money.
Yeah. I feel that we are too far into this conversation and haven't talked about policy, which is like we are in DC talking about, I think I would like to pivot, and Bill, start with you, from your perch on the Hill, sort of what are the policy considerations around data or other issues?
Yeah, perch on the hill, that may. I think we are, again, at a bit of a pivot point, especially in these discussions where, again, we have a big hearing tomorrow. So I think we're at a bit of a nexus between the old internet and the new internet. And I think even if you look at blockchain and crypto and some of these, even further down the road topics, I think they unease a lot of policymakers because there is a layer of understanding. So there's this dual conversation where it's advancing this policy discussion, but also there's a lot of 101 / this is what this stuff is. You know, I think a lot of people recognize, you know, that maybe Washington wasn't as engaged on the front end in the rise of the internet. There was a very hands-off thing, and I'm not saying that's bad, but it's just we need to be very thoughtful, and there needs to be a layer of education. So when some of these things do come down the road, we don't have to educate folks and policymakers if a bad thing happens. Or when a lot of people hear these things, they immediately gravitate towards the negative. You know, the technology is a tool, it's neutral, but we need to make sure, and that's why I keep saying pivot point, because I think we are at a point where the average member of Congress or a lot of agencies are starting to get more involved. And what I would say for the folks involved in this space, that you have to have a degree of patience, and you have to meet the person where they're coming from. You know, if they're asking questions, even if they're stupid or rudimentary, you have to be able to have that conversation, because I think that's the biggest thing that will help everyone on the policy front, is if we can bridge that divide between, you know, the private sector and the great work they're doing and the people that are just coming up to this speed on this stuff now.
I think this past summer's infrastructure bill was like a huge wake up to the industry, you know, about, you know, the level of understanding of words like broker, who is a broker, what is a broker? And I think it really galvanized the industry. Clev, what are you seeing on the Hill and in the White House?
Yeah, it's interesting with blockchain cryptocurrency is held to this unrealistic standard, right? When you look at the arc of legislation, how long did it take us to pass campaign finance reform? Did we ever pass Social Security reform? I'm not sure. But it takes a long time, but there's this, you know, there's this desire to move quickly, move quickly, move quickly. The good news is there is a lot of legislation already in place, right? This is not an unregulated space. You know, blockchain, crypto exchanges have to comply with state regulations. They have to register at the state level. Our exchanges, our companies, we have to comply with KYC and AML, and you have to pay your taxes. The IRS, you know, tax form has all of that. I would say where we are at with regulation, especially based on the work we're doing at the Blockchain Association, I think Bill is right in terms of education. But I think where we are at is we need regulatory clarity. The issue is not the fact that the crypto industry wants to dodge, you know, regulation. Even the people who'd prefer to have no regulation have had to concede we need something. But we need Washington to get together, right? Right now, there's a lot of uncertainty on the regulatory front in terms of which regulatory bodies have oversight, right? And we know there's tension between the CFTC and the SEC on this. And then Congress, you know, is doing quite a bit. You know, Congressman Soto's has been awesome in terms of crypto, but also moving legislation forward as well. So we've had successes on the House side. We're making some inroads on the Senate side with Senate banking and some of the members there, but it's going to take time. But in the meantime, unfortunately, what we're seeing is regulation by enforcement. The SEC is really creating this environment where you're not sure if you can innovate here in the US. Because at any given moment, you can be complying one day and not in compliant the next day. Now, you know, the White House has been, I don't want to say quiet on crypto, but the infrastructure bill was our first engagement because of the pay for section. I think we would have been happy to help pay for the infrastructure bill, just not that way, right? Because the expansion of the definition of broker actually put a huge burden specifically on Black and Latino innovators in crypto, because we're the ones who actually would not be able to comply. And the bill is law, and we're still trying to work through how we fix that. But you know, Washington has indicated that they don't want to do this undue burden on software, hardware developers, and miners and stakers. Now, the White House did put out the Presidential Working Group report on stablecoins, which has led some of the conversations, and we saw the 2 hearings 2 weeks ago on the Senate and House side. So this conversation about stablecoins is important. Payments is an issue. Last year, the White House threatened to put out a crypto czar. I say threatened because it never happened. And right now, we've got an indication that an executive order is coming. We're hoping that that executive order will lead to more clarity. Obviously, you know, more guidance on stablecoins is probably expected. And I think there's going to be a push to get some coordination among the agencies to help put together a pathway for legislation to actually move across both chambers. But I will say, you know, I focus on diversity, equity, and inclusion, and we need inclusive policy making. Too often, the policies that come out of Washington foster some of the inequities. One of them is the SEC accredited investor rule that actually keeps, you know, people of color out of building wealth. So we need to make sure that we're fostering inclusive policies, but we also need to invest more in financial literacy and skills training. When you look at the future of work, right, stablecoins is not just a possibility of being able to have a way to deliver stimulus payments to the most vulnerable, but we're seeing the greatest adoption with working class people here in the US. They should be able to get paid in cryptocurrency. The adoption is already there. And one of the things I'm proposing is we're not there to comply with iOS regulations in terms of, you know, companies meeting those requirements, but we can make it easier for employers to have people direct deposit funds into their accounts. So there's a lot that we need to talk about in legislation, but I think we also need to talk about the arc of legislation. It's not going to happen tomorrow. Crypto has moved Washington further than it has ever gone in terms of action. But at the end of the day, we're talking about getting a whole bunch of, it's not just the SEC, CFTC, it's also the OCC, CFPB, and so many other agencies in addition to 2 bodies of Congress. But I'm optimistic about where we're heading. I think members are much more educated than they were when the Blockchain Association was created 3.5 years ago. And I think we're past the point where they're skeptical about financial inclusion. I think the issue is trust. It's not whether the technology is there. And, you know, we're doing the steps in terms of education.
Susan, maybe you can jump in here to Clev's point about how these technologies can impact individuals and communities and talk about that from the metaverse perspective.
Sure. So, you know, policy isn't so much my wheelhouse, but I do think a lot about how the data we collect on immersive technologies and similar technologies will actually influence individuals in ways that, you know, we need to sort of think about now, right? So Bill was talking about it being an inflection point. These are the kinds of things we have to think about as systems are planned and built. And so, you know, from a research perspective, when we think about moving forward into the metaverse, I mean, I talked about some of the technology we're likely to use to experience aspects of the metaverse being immersive, but what does that really mean? I mean, it means that it envelops all of your senses. You can superimpose it on the real world, that's another option, but it also means a lot of tracking technologies. So it means technologies related to motion capture, eye tracking. People are building physiological measurement into headsets. You know, we're envisioning providing scent and haptic interfaces for people. Again, all runs on data. All the data goes somewhere. You know, to make a VR environment move right now, we are capturing data at least, you know, 60 times per second, 90 times per second, even more. All that data can impact people because we can make all kinds of inferences from it. So we can look at those data and we can tell, you know, with some degree of accuracy, whether you've had a traumatic brain injury in the past. You know, we can use it to look at early onset of degenerative brain disease. I mean, there are all sorts of things researchers are doing right now that are very much related to the kinds of data that we see building sort of the backbone of our experiences in the metaverse in the future. So these are the kinds of things that can have real impacts on people. And the medical stuff is sort of where I live, but there are also things around figuring out people's preferences, their emotional states, their mindsets. I mean, it all sounds like science fiction, but I'm a social psychologist, and there are all kinds of tells in our behavior as to our mental states. Okay, so these are the kinds of data that we need to think about. And we need to think about them kind of quickly because they can have all kinds of implications for people depending on whose hands they are in. I was just in the panel on XR and the workforce. Imagine your employer having that data if you're going to be using XR for employment via the metaverse. So that's one of the data streams I think we really have to think about. I think the other one in terms of individual impact is more related to sort of the not so much what you give off, but what comes in, right? So if your entire experience is data, who controls what you're seeing? Probably algorithms and AI. To some extent what you've chosen to see, but that's going to become your reality. One thing we do know, from psychology is that the brain does tend to treat VR experience as real life. Okay, so these things can become quite real, and these are a lot of issues we're still grappling with. The research is nascent. It is, really early days in all of this research, and I think there's a lot that we still need to figure out about how people experience virtual environments, virtual worlds, how we form communities, how we communicate, even really basic questions around how these actual VR technologies might influence a developing child's visual system. These are the kinds of really early questions that we don't have really great answers to yet. And so, very different realm from what some of my co-panelists are talking about here, but I think it just goes to show, how many places we really need to get better education, better understanding, and I think at the end of the day, better research, better data to make our decisions based on.
Kurt, I'm hoping you can jump in here because you really kind of bridge this gap, I think, nicely between the science and the policy, which is like protecting our civil liberties here as we collect all of this data for the metaverse.
Absolutely, and this is very important. Actually, I want to hit on something that was come up with a theme here about the value of educating and educating policymakers, because one of the challenges that we've had in dealing with regulations of the internet, of new technology, is making sure that those regulations and those laws about it are based on a knowledge of what the technology is, does, can do, and you have much better policy choices if they're made by someone with full information. Sometimes there might be disagreements about how they should go, but it's still better to do it with good information about what it is. And the other thing I think is important is we are, some of these technologies have been around in some form for a number of years, for blockchain technologies, distributed technologies, VR and XR technologies, but they are becoming much more prominent and they're still in a developing mode. And so this is an opportunity to make sure that we are considering civil liberties, privacy, freedom of expression, making sure that our human rights come with us into the future. And so, I mean, on the metaverse, as Susan was saying, it collects a tremendous amount of data. Egocentric data, as it's sometimes called, where it's data about what you are and how your eyes are moving. If it's coupled with some other sensors like a smartwatch, you can get your pulse rate. And this can be a tremendous amount of information about you. It could be used to find inferences that could lead to a view of what's in your mind. And in many cases, we've also seen inferences taken which have biased views that come from machine learning that is improperly put together, and it makes wrong assumptions about this. And both of these are actually problematic. So I think it is critically important, just on the metaverse, for example, that as we have this thing, we'll take all of this data and put it together, that we make sure that we respect the privacy that we've always wanted to have, and make sure the future, right, is one that we would want to live in. And to use one example, that is AR technologies, where often cases they envision having a camera in your glasses, and then you walk around. And this can be tremendously useful to make cool technologies, and like with all of this, there are cool things that can happen. But at the same time, if everybody has a camera in their glasses and that goes into a central location where it can be obtained, that gives somebody a time machine. They can get all the views of all the different people that were in a location and see the things that were happening there that was sort of previously kind of inconceivable. The term is often a panopticon. And this brings us to one of the values of some decentralization, is that having a metaverse, which is a world of worlds, like the internet was a network of networks, can help protect against having that single point of failure, having all of your data being gathered by your goggles or your AR glasses, maybe stay on your device and not go to a central location, and when it needs to be exchanged, can be exchanged peer-to-peer. And so having some of these decentralization technologies can be both a protection against the centralization of this data and easy point of access, but also some of the lack of competition that comes out when there are only a few centralized locations that are providing the service.
And I would add that, I think you alluded to this, a metaverse already exists, right? In gaming, there's a virtual world where gamers exist in their avatars, have relationships in their avatars, have whole lives in their avatars. So there is, a framework for helping to actually envision this. I think the concerns you raise are my concerns, because as we have this initial iteration of what a decentralized metaverse could look like, it looks very much like an exclusive club for the wealthy right now, right? Every time I hear the metaverse, I remember seeing a story that somebody has already purchased the house next to Snoop Dogg for $500,000, right? And so when we talk about accessibility and fixing some of the problems of Web 2, we have to think about how is this accessible? Rural communities, urban communities, right? Women, seniors. Right? These are the people who actually use the internet right now, rely on it, depend on it. So we have to build and make sure, and you alluded to this, artificial intelligence is great. We have to innovate. We can't stop innovation because we have concerns, but racial profiling is a big concern. We're not going to fix all these problems before we innovate, but we have to at least be thinking about them and talking about how do we at least mitigate for them.
And I will just add to this that, as we think about the metaverse and the massive amounts of data that it both creates and is required to build the metaverse, a project like Filecoin is like a super interesting thing to think about, because where do you want that data to be stored? Do you want it to be stored in a big centralized storage provider, or do you want it to be truly distributed, and who owns that data, and how do you share permissions with that data? So that's one of the things that we're working on at the foundation that I think is very exciting. Bill, where are we timing-wise on sort of where are policymakers now, and how do we get them up to speed, and how long do you think that will take?
Yeah, I think conversations like this are very helpful, and I think it's very important to break things down incrementally. A lot of times I see folks in the tech side in particular with these big home run swing asks. And I think that's important to, kind of prime the conversation of where we want to be in maybe 10 years or whatever the time frame may be. But there has to be an incremental buildup, and I think that's been sort of where staff and policymakers and even private side individuals need to get a little better and more thoughtful, because we know, like regulatory clarity. I think that's hugely, massively important. And I'd like to say that's a one-year conversation, but I think it's the breakdown in these incremental things. And what scares me is that, Congress in particular is a very reactive institution. Bad thing happens, okay, it gets attention. So it's much harder to do this on the front end and kind of lead up to it. And so just as, policymakers are learning these things, I think it's also important for, policy advocates and industry advocates to also recognize that policy isn't made in one fell swoop, that there are things like the appropriations process, is kind of a big missed moment where a provision snuck into a must-pass bill, like, I'm sorry, that's, whether the hill is broken or not is a different conversation, but 3 or 4 must-pass bills move every year. So something of consequence was always going to happen like that. So it's just, I'm not saying Washington as it is. I'm not defending it. I think both sides need to get to a better understanding on how they work, and then realize that this incremental approach. So I'd like to say metaverse is probably 10 years out, but all these privacy things, I think will start to be the consistent thing. And then I think what happens with the data and who has access and who is in control of whatever the metaverse is, I think those are the questions we have to keep in mind along that time period.
Kurt, is EFF, how is EFF, first of all, are there past experiences with sort of the shaping policymaking that we can look to as guides for where we are now?
I mean, absolutely, but I think, it is also a difficult process. It's saying that, educating the policymakers about the technology, right, very, very key to have an understanding of it. And this comes through in a sense of even if the bill is defining a term, if it's defining a term without knowing what that term really is, you're going to get some bad regulation. So education is very important, but also I think we can recognize and maybe take advantage of the experience that we've had with the internet and policymakers over the last several years, is to realize the value of getting core principles embedded within the technology as early as possible. It's a lot easier to have a technology that develops with having protection of human rights and free expression and privacy and security as concepts within it than to have it develop without those things and then try and engineer it in later. And we have that opportunity right now to create a space where we can move forward to a brighter future, because these technologies provide tremendous promise if done well. And that's what we're trying to achieve. It's also extremely difficult. I also say, any regulation is at best as good as the understanding is of where the technology is at the time. So you have to make sure that these things are forward-looking, they give space for innovating, and innovating in ways that people don't currently expect. Very challenging thing to do, but also very important.
That's great. We have about 10 minutes left. Do we have any questions? There's a question up here.
I think this conversation is revolved a lot around cryptocurrencies and stable coins and kind of where we are right now. And that's rightfully so, because that's where the bill is thinking, that's kind of the problem that we're looking at now. But kind of to Kurt's point about looking forward and creating regulations and laws that don't limit what happens in the future, I think that's where a lot of the promise of a lot of this technology is. I think Filecoin is an excellent. It doesn't really fit within the crypto stablecoin dynamic, but it's also very important. We talk about PLENARY in the metaverse, or heck, even Jack Dorsey's trying to do decentralized social media, right? So which aspects of this technology do you all see being immaculately important going forward? What are the things you're worried about outside of kind of the crypto stablecoin current dynamic that we're talking about? Because that's where we're going, right?
I just want to say you stole my last question, but that's okay. No, I think it's great. There is so much beyond crypto as a store of value that's a great question about sort of where do you see this headed? What projects are most exciting to you? Or terrifying.
I'm happy to jump in. I'm glad the smartwatch was brought up earlier, and really just a GPS tracker and a heart rate monitor can be a little scary in the information that has. Oh, you're out at midnight and your heart rate's a little all over the place. Maybe you should get a targeted ad for wanting a pizza in an hour. That's a very basic example, but it's not hard to project that into a scary realm. And I think it was Susan that mentioned, the brain's ability to separate reality from, what we are currently experiencing. I think that's what gets a little unnerving the more time one spends in this stuff. It gets really cool. I'm not arguing that, but I think these things of what is real versus what isn't, and how it impacts kids and developing minds, I think a lot of lines get blurred, and so we just have to be very thoughtful on the front end that these things aren't manipulated. And what scares me is it gets in the wrong hand, and you let somebody like an authoritarian government shape a metaverse. Like it makes it much easier to amplify things that aren't great. So I think it can go, we're kind of at a fork moment, and I hope we kind of go down the good part of it.
And I'll add, I think the conversation about whether we should regulate cryptos as commodities versus securities is a long play. We're not going to decide that. So if we shift to more basic things, I think the success of NFTs was because it was not about crypto. It was about creators who for decades struggled to figure out how to first protect their protect their intellectual property, monetize, and then create a marketplace. They were searching for a tool and they found a tool. So crypto just happened to be the solution. But while they're actually leveraging this tool, they're learning a new skill. They're actually learning a new skill that can actually help transcend them beyond creators. So I think skills training is one we have to think about, because we keep talking about the jobs of the future, and we talk about smart cities as well. Here's an opportunity to find what are some of the applications that really align with average people, like NFTs, the great thing about crypto and artificial intelligence, most of the emerging technologies, you don't need a degree. Most of the applications are drag and drop. How do we get regular people engaged, give them access to these job opportunities, but most importantly, prepare the masses for the innovation economy, right? We can create a decentralized web and a metaverse, but if the masses are operating outside of it, it's just going to be a nice country club.
So what I was going to say actually does kind of build off of, I'll say what Bill is talking about is one of the things that keeps me up at night. If we're creating people's realities, who is creating the realities? And that's true in a virtual situation, but it's also, I think, true if you think about AR. So we talked about Snoop Dogg's house and, buying the house, the virtual house next to it. On what system? Like in whose world? So who's going to control the layer of metadata that we're going to see over everything? We probably, the example given is, probably it's not going to be okay to stick a Burger King sign on a McDonald's, right, in the real world, on the AR, on the metadata level. But, who will control that? What are the rules around that? I think it's going to be really exciting, to be able to blend the real and the virtual. And I think there are lots of great opportunities. Actually, also to Bill's example, in the medical world, there are interventions where if you're near a bar where you used to go drink, and you have a substance use disorder, and your heart rate's and you're sort of in that geofence, your smartwatch can say, hey, you're in danger, and that's a fantastic application. But that's, could be under HIPAA, it could be under IRB regulate. There's a framework in which these kinds of things are happening, where there's a sort of known set of data protections. So I'll stop there and pass it to Kurt.
Yeah, so I want to take it up a level. I think that one of the sort of the core principles is, giving user-centric, user control as a way of pushing back against some of these bad outcomes, and having things be in the user interest. We were talking about, we've given some examples of, with all this additional information, you could get advertised to, or maybe you could find out about a medical situation that you need awareness of, and you can see how the same information could be used to help you, to provide you valuable information that you can take a positive step about, and could be used to sell you something, and I think also just in disinformation, to hit your emotional buttons and try to manipulate your political feelings, like all these things that can come from this data. And the key is to try to make this, trying to look at the future in a way that you're saying, is this a user? Is it helping the user? Is it a technology that is using this information in ways that are positive to the user? Is it protecting the user? Or is it using it to manipulate the user? Is it trying to take advantage of them? And I think if we steer to the former, that as a principle will help us get to that better spot.
Actually, I think that's a really lovely place to land this conversation. Are we about out of time? Well, wonderful. Thank you all so much for coming. This was great. Thank you, panelists. And lunch is being served outside now.
Thank you.
Okay, now I think it's on, should be on now.
Okay, I probably don't want on right now. Okay.
hear me? No? You can't though? Can I use your mic and see if that works? Can you hear me now? I don't know if it's on. Hello? Oh, okay. I think we're gonna start. Does this work? Does this work? Oh, it does. I think this does. Okay. Higher up. Yes. Okay, I think we're about to start, if everyone can get seated. Oh my gosh. Okay. Thank you guys for joining a very timely session, I would say, on what's next for content moderation online. I'm Rebecca Kern. I'm a reporter with Politico, and we have a really distinguished panel. Today with us, we have Will Duffield, a policy analyst at Cato Institute, and then Adam Kovakovich, a founder and CEO of Chamber of Progress. Then Rebecca McKinnon, Vice President of Global Policy at Wikimedia. And last but not least, Julie Awono, a member of the Oversight Board, Meta Oversight Board, and the Executive Director of Content Policy and Society Labs at Stanford. So we're going to start with the news of the day, and it's developing by the minute on just the handling in Ukraine and Russia on the massive increase we've seen on the disinformation from Russian state media and their accounts on a lot of major US tech platforms. So just over the weekend, we've seen a real interesting approach, varied approach by various social media companies. We've now seen YouTube and Facebook announce they're not going to allow monetization on RT state-run media accounts on their platforms. So that was a development. There's several more, and I just wanted to open up to the panel how you are observing these U.S. companies' approaches, if you feel like they're more on the defensive or if you feel like they're following a playbook here. It's obviously happening, very quickly. So I just wanted to kind of see your observations. We can go down the line, hoping it can just be more of a conversation.
All right. Well, to start, nearly all platforms have found themselves with new content moderation problems as a result of this war. I've seen businessmen organizing international brigades on LinkedIn, teenagers creating tank driving tutorials on TikTok. These aren't the sorts of things these platforms usually deal with in their moderation. But already there are a few broad lessons for content moderators that seem to be emerging from this conflict. Firstly, making harm the object of moderation prevention efforts just breaks down during wartime. In a just war, you're one side, whoever you're supporting, is attempting to do harm as part of that conflict. It's inherent. And so if you as a platform set a policy that aims to prevent harm full stop, it will render perverse outcomes in wartime. There's a good example of this with Patreon over the weekend. The Ukrainian government had created a Patreon fundraiser to support the purchase of weapon systems. Now, Patreon prohibits fundraisers for activities that could lead to harm and pulled this fundraiser. Of course, this struck a lot of observers as kind of wrong-headed or illegitimate in the context in which the need to purchase these weapons was understood to be necessary to prevent harm to Ukrainians and the destruction of the Ukrainian state. I think secondly, this sort of wartime exigency has really scrambled the traditional justifications for counter misinfo. We've heard a little bit about platform efforts to counter Russian information operations and propaganda. We've heard very little about, Ukrainian propaganda and information operations. And both sides are, very much spreading fake news in an attempt to bolster their countrymen, run down the morale of the opposition, that sort of thing. In war, misinformation-born myth can be a valuable resource. And so platforms don't really have, other than taking sides in this conflict, a good way of dealing with that given their current counter-misinfo policies, which treat falsity itself as the harm rather than sort of looking downstream to consider which particular harms we're thinking about preventing. And finally, I think the sort of failure of Russian misinfo attempts or just Russian efforts to shape the narrative around this war should cause us to look back skeptically to 2016 and some of the understood effects of Russian propaganda campaigns in this country. It seems in retrospect as though that relied much more on their claims and the divisions that they were poking at being live, low-hanging fruit than the actual efficacy of the propaganda. It worked then because people wanted to believe it. It hasn't worked now because people don't. It isn't mind control.
Yeah, keep going.
Great. So I was just say a couple things to Rebecca's question about kind of playbooks around content moderation. Content moderation trust, companies' trust and safety operations, platforms, trust and safety moderation operations, attempts to be, in most cases, a very rule-bound process, right? Which is to say that you're doing content moderation at scale. You need to give moderators really a sense of what's allowed, what's disallowed, so that they can make decisions at scale. And everyone who's involved in that profession, which is a growing field, is really trying to do that. One of the inherent challenges, however, and we'll sort of touch on this, is the question of novel issues and novel questions that come up, right? And I think Will did a good job explaining that when it comes to war, that's different than most of the kinds of policy questions that trust and safety teams have had to develop, which is why, frankly, I think if we were to peek inside the headquarters of most of the companies today, they are probably all having essentially running conversations and debates about new questions and new things that come up. When I was at Google, where I was for about a dozen years, on the content moderation side, the trust and safety team adopted kind of a spectrum approach, which is to say that certain types of services, they would err on the side of leaving information out, for example, in the organic search results. But when it came to monetization, the company might be more quick to demonetize certain information. I think what you see here is that you're going to continue to see, frankly, this debate about how platforms handle different speech playing out in real time. You had the, Senator Warner encouraged platforms to demonetize Russian advertising from Russian content, which is probably not actually bringing in that much revenue, but that was a relatively easy decision, I think, for many of them to make. On the other hand, you had the Ukrainian government encouraging the platforms to essentially remove access to all of their services within Russia on the theory that that would help sort of contain spread of propaganda within Russia. I don't see the platforms being very eager to do that for the reason that banning sort of, propaganda is also potentially harmful to banning sort of good information. So you're going to continue to see these things. And frankly, if you're an outside voice or your government or regulator, you're frankly pretty incentivized to make these suggestions publicly because having been in the companies, they respond and deal with the company, those proposals and requests as they come in publicly.
Okay. Well, I think we have to be careful not to think of platform as one monolithic thing. Different platforms exist for different purposes, have different business models. Some exist to monetize traffic and content, and some are, such as Wikipedia and the other platforms supported by the Wikimedia Foundation, are nonprofit, and the sole purpose of these platforms is to enable people to share knowledge. And so with that, I just, those of you who have your laptops up or phones that that are with browsers easily at hand, you might want to check out the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine Wikipedia page. You can just go ahead and search for that. That page was created on Wikipedia on February 23rd. Over 700 editors have worked on it since then. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is this is an example of how community-driven content moderation on a platform whose purpose is knowledge. And the community has come up with rules about what constitutes knowledge, what kinds of sources are considered credible and not, and enforce those rules. And so you can see completely transparently on that page, there's the tab where you can see every single edit that was made on the page. And then there's a talk page where people are debating what's allowed and what's not allowed. And there's also a whole bunch of information about kind of the rules under which this particular page is being governed. And because it's dealing with very sensitive content, it's getting a lot of attention. In fact, over 580 editors as of this morning were watching the page, keeping a lookout for efforts to vandalize it, disinformation, et cetera. And there are pages on this topic in over 90 languages, right? And so millions of people, over 7.5 million people or views have already taken place just on this article alone. And so this is a community that's dedicated to, again, compiling. They're not reporting from the ground. People have to cite sources that are verified from elsewhere. But the purpose is to ensure that the public has access to facts about this particular situation. So it's a very different purpose. And so I think what the point of all this is, since we're at State of the Net and there's a lot of discussion of regulation, legislation, you know, how we should, as policymakers, think about platforms. Don't think about platforms as monoliths. Think about the purpose that a platform is serving. Think about what kind of business model it has, because they don't have all the same business models. Some of us don't really have a business model. We're just trying to serve the public interest, and make sure that you're protecting the right of communities to form online in pursuit of the public interest, in service of the public interest, and to set rules and enforce them without getting sued or prosecuted into oblivion. And I think as we're thinking about you know, what types of regulation need to be put in place to deal with the ills that we all recognize online, we really need to keep in mind this crisis today when we're thinking about, it's not just about who we need to punish, but it's about what kind of internet we want to build, and how do we ensure that open and free societies are protected and supported through our internet regulations globally. Thanks.
Yes. So completely agree with what you've just said, Rebecca. And I would say that in general, what strikes me, particularly when it comes to online content moderation, is, yes, this kind of disproportion in preparation, or rather, if I should put it another way, when there are serious challenges, I mean, the serious challenges are going to exist. I mean, that should be a principle for any companies, no matter your size, no matter your business model, and it involves human, there will be crisis. So when you say that, what is the consequence? And we're seeing that there is a disproportion in when the consequences happen in the United States or in the European Union, or when they don't happen in that space. And I think Ukraine is, we all saw it coming. We all read the news the past 3-4 months. So it was obvious that there was going to be a conflict of some sort. But yet, here we are again in a situation where emergency measures are being announced after the fact. In comparison, when the George Floyd verdict was to be announced earlier, I mean last year, there was more communication from the part of many platforms on what measures they had in place to make sure that the necessary public debate would happen without necessarily entailing harms for some communities and fragile communities. But yet we're not seeing that even in a case of Ukraine, despite the fact that, again, we saw it coming. So what I'm trying to do personally in the work that I'm doing at the Content Policy and Society Lab at Stanford, but also at the Meta Oversight Board, is to say the crises are going to come, and they're probably not going to come where you think they will come. The novel crises, which you alluded to, Adam, are in some places of the world not that novel. They're the norm. And it would be interesting to see how we can learn from those crises in order to be better prepared when they unfold their effects, the way that we're seeing, for instance, for a conflict like Ukraine. When we're talking about the Russia-Ukraine invasion, we're not just talking about two countries. I can tell you right now that Russian disinformation is extremely well organized in French. And French is spoken not only in France, but by millions, hundreds and millions of locutors around the world. So that these are people who are going to be influenced and going to be influenced in thinking that there was one aggressor, and in that case, the United States and NATO, and there is a victim, which is Vladimir Putin, the big Tsar, who apparently was born his mom was saved from, I don't know, whatever facility during the Second World War, and apparently it's been verified by Wikipedia. That's pure disinformation, but yet I've seen it so many times on my timeline in French and not being challenged. So I guess my message that I would like to convey is better preparation means looking beyond the direct environment where we are, and also listening more to signals in places where we think that, yes, it's going to cost us too much to invest in that, but yet it can avert more serious crisis in the future.
I have to agree with Julie about these problems existing, pre-existing the current crisis, and in many cases just happening in parts of the world that we didn't seem to care about as much. In particular, many platforms, I'll call Facebook out here because I'm thinking of them, have been very state-centric in their governance in the past. And when non-state armed groups come up against governments, there's usually a presumption in favor of the state, regardless of the aims of either party. We saw this sort of viciously in Syria when Turkey joined against the Kurds and they came into conflict, and Facebook ended up removing certain YPG pages. Now, again, God forbid this happens. We pray it won't, but Kiev may fall and the Ukrainian armed forces may look more like a non-state armed group in a few months from now. I would hope that platforms are now looking back to the problems the Kurds faced in Syria and vis-a-vis Turkey, thinking hard about how to draw lines that provide for continuing support of Ukrainian resistance, even if their government is decapitated.
Do you want to respond? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
We all remember, of course, that some parties in the United States contested the election online. There are so many examples around the world, I can cite at least two, where that's happened, and for more valid reasons. That's a very personal opinion, but like really rigged elections, and Facebook is being used to kind of push that message. So again, a missed opportunity to train and think through what happens if that happens here or in France or I don't know where else.
And I think we're seeing that, you kind of can't remain neutral right now in these platforms. They're put in a position wherein you either go and take down the direct harmful misinformation or you don't. So, and then you have direct members of government from Ukraine, and we saw a letter from 4 Balkan state leaders calling for direct action from the top tech companies immediately to remove, RT and disinformation. So I'm wondering, how do you think how to handle the free speech aspect while also not serving an authoritarian dictator in supporting the spread of that disinformation. I mean, it's a fine line to walk, but like you've all been saying, this isn't the first time these platforms have had to struggle with this, and it seems that it's hard for them to learn some lessons. I don't know, just curious your views.
To start. So we've been thinking a lot about this at the oversight board, and one lesson that I think can be learned is that focusing too much on the content is not necessarily the way to have the best answers with regards to the solutions on which everyone will agree, but rather focusing on processes. And one of these processes being more transparent, first of all, on what you are asking your user, well, not even being transparent, having the rules published. It seems so obvious, but I was surprised and shocked even to realize that a big platform used internationally like Facebook was not translating its community standards. So these are the rules that you have to respect when you sign up on Facebook. They were not translated in Punjabi. Punjabi is a language spoken by 100 million people around the world I think, and many of them are located in a country that's so important, which is India. So that's the first thing. Telling your rules. Secondly, being transparent with regards to your content moderation processes and having in place necessary safeguards to evade arbitrariness. The decision should not rely on just one person or just one of the ways that people think, but rather should be the result of, yes, principles, the result of transparent process, and also there should be some form of accountability. I think that type of conversation to me seems more interesting than debating on the content, because we will always disagree on the content.
Yeah, if I could just add to what Julie says, and I've known Julie for a very long time, but one of the things that I really appreciate from the Facebook Oversight Board is that the rulings have really been drawing on international human rights standards. And so in looking at what, in sort of the opinions on what Facebook should be doing differently than it's doing, in reading the opinions that you all have issued, you're drawing not on the First Amendment, which of course doesn't apply to any users outside the United States, but rather international human rights standards and Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights for freedom of expression, which, as with all rights, when basically the way in which human rights doctrine works is that free speech can be restricted in order to protect other rights, for example, privacy, right to life, et cetera, non-discrimination, but any restriction has to be necessary and proportionate, and there has to be due process, transparency, logical approach to enforcement. So I think it would be very helpful if all of us as platforms, and the Wikimedia Foundation has a human rights policy. I know Facebook does. A few other platforms do. Not all of them do. Not all of them really use them as well as we could to really consider. Yes, you're balancing a lot of issues, but there's a way to try and do it also more openly and fairly.
I was going to say, I think all this kind of speaks to this idea that content moderation is almost a discipline in transition, which is to say that I think most companies, most of the platforms certainly started with a default of kind of Western liberal tolerance towards most views. But the fact is, we've seen many challenges to that norm. And I think what you're seeing is different companies taking different platforms taking different approaches to developing almost what's next, what kind of not replaces the liberal democratic norm of allowing most speech. But I think Rebecca's point about the oversight board and rooting its jurisprudence in human rights is one. Certainly, Rebecca also talked earlier about the Wikipedia community's rooting its edits in a set of rules and a set of rules about citations and what counts as a citation, what counts as a source. That's its own set of values, which is another important experiment. You see Twitter, for example, exploring things like Blue Sky, decentralized content moderation, but also at the same time experimenting with things like what I would call speed bumps. Are you sure you want to tweet this before reading the article? And I think the oversight board is a really interesting example because I think the fact is that some people criticize it for not sort of having the force of law, but the fact is it's grappling with these issues. And I think that's the most significant thing about it, that what you really want is you want all the service to be grappling with what comes after Western liberal openness that is not always getting the job or yielding the results that people want. And I think it's great that you see all these different approaches to it. I don't know that one's going to win the day or others, but.
If I could just add on to that or kind of qualify that a little bit, human rights are universal. And there are authoritarians who will try and claim that human rights are a Western concept, but actually, there are human rights defenders in every single country on earth. Some of them are more free to self-identify that way than others, but these are really universal values. And very much necessary for open and free societies. So I don't think it's a progression away from open and free societies so much as perhaps a decolonialization of it, to use a term, or a more diversification of freedom and openness.
I guess I just want to return to the idea of neutrality and whether that can be some kind of goal to aim for if one must pick a side. I see neutrality here as existing on a kind of continuum. There's a difference between removing Facebook services in Russia, removing RT entirely, or demonetizing it. And this may feel like a pretty clear-cut war in terms of who's right and who's wrong. There will be other much messier conflicts in the future. There are messier conflicts going on in other parts of the world right now. And so I think rather than expecting platforms to pick and choose a side each time, I'd like to see goals for moderation during wartime that are simply cognizant of the fact that these are states engaged in war, that military recruitment will more directly lead to harm. Men will pick up arms and use them to kill other men, but that is, again, expected during wartime. And instead, the goals of moderation should fall back to things like preventing harm to civilians or punishing violations of the rules of war, rather than laying out harm as, an unrealistic thing to be prevented.
I think, did you want to?
Yes, there's just one idea that I forgot to develop also on your question, which is, what we would want to see with regards to moderation and focusing on content. The other thing that is important to mention is there's been a criticism with regards to the way content moderation is being done now that does not take into account the context and the linguistic diversity and so many other very granular information that are necessary to make an informed decision. And I've been thinking about this a lot, and one of the things that I'm exploring right now is how the lessons that we've learned from multi-stakeholder approaches in different other sectors of activities could help bring some responses to that issue. And I'll give more specific examples. I know personally that many companies, when I say personally, it's not me, Julie, using Facebook, no, it's me as a person who's been in this field. We know that companies do have, engagement departments and people working to engage with more communities around the world. But I can express, and I hear a lot of frustration being expressed by those same communities which say, oh, we spend lots of time engaging with those companies. We spend resources even to be at those convenings, but yet we don't know what happens after the engagement. I think this is very problematic. If I spend my time, I want to make sure that my time is being valued, and valued by a company that explains at least, well, we didn't take this into account for these reasons, but yeah, your feedback matters, and your feedback is being circulated internally at the company level. That's one thing. And the other thing that I think would be important here is when we talk about content moderation, and I'm so glad that, Adam, you referred to trust and safety. Until I came to the US, I didn't know what trust and safety was. This is a problem because no matter what activism I do, it's never going to be efficient because I'm going to talk to policy people and tell them, oh, I'm seeing this is not okay. Well, obviously they cannot find a response that's satisfying to me because they're not the ones who have to deal with the content, right, on a daily basis and who have the means to action on the content. Had I understood this, I probably would have done my activism differently. And there are certainly things that the companies that I interacted with would have understood better if I could speak to them in the language that they understand. So this comes to my second point in terms of what can be done, being more on the part of the structures, organizations, companies, whether they have business models or not, being more transparent also on what organizationally, who are you? Who are we talking to when we're talking to policy? What should we talk about when we talk with policy people? What should we talk about when we talk to product people, design, responsible tech, whatever else teams there is out there? I had to be on the board to find that out, and I don't think that's normal if we want to be efficient.
Right. And there was a panel earlier today that discussed the concept of the future of the Internet Alliance that the White House is continually working on. It sounds like it's coming in a few weeks. We'll see. But it seems like it's a good time to have an international approach and agreement on what is a free internet? How should we approach that? You know, I'm just curious, you know, do you think that there can be, is war a reason to finally get agreement on this, you know? Or is it kind of, have we divided the blocks enough that it's going to be harder to form that future of the Internet Alliance? It does seem like it's a timely thing to have now, though. So.
Yes, I just struggle to see how America and Europe, given their distinct legal traditions regarding speech, can ever completely see eye to eye as far as the responsibilities of platforms. In the United States, platforms will never have the responsibility to remove what might be imposed on them in Europe. Right. And I think that'll always remain as a stumbling block so long as we keep our separate superior speech norms.
I mean, I don't want to relitigate a panel that already happened that I wasn't here for, but certainly the U.S. and a number of European countries are all part of the Freedom Online Coalition, which is a group of governments who've committed to promoting a free and open internet. You know, on that, we should be able, if we can't see eye to eye on the need for an open interoperable internet, we do have a problem, and we won't be able to help civil society in places like Ukraine or anywhere else. You know, there's other common things that I think this moment is really calling on democracies and open societies to stand up for. For example, you know, committing not to use, you know, cyber attacks against each other's citizens, or you know, not to engage. You know, what is the behavior that a responsible state does not engage in if we want to, again, protect and respect civil society around the world, not only in existing democracies, but in countries where civil society is under threat and where their governments are trying to squash it. Sort of how do we ensure that democratic countries are fully supporting, both technically and with policy, the ability for civic space to grow everywhere?
I think it's really time to have such alliance, whatever it would look like, because people are genuinely lost. When I say people, I mean actually governments. Even in the EU, despite the fact that the Digital Services Act, which is going to impose new regulation and compliance obligations to platforms, content platforms specifically, I think a lot of people are lost on what it is, what it looks like to, in 21st century, to fight the harms while preserving the benefits of the internet. And I hope to see more of this conversation happening in the future, especially at a time when so many countries around the world are contemplating adopting regulation. And so my lab, we organize workshops and multi-stakeholder workshop where we have companies and organizations, civil society organizations, academia as well, diplomats, something we did very recently, diplomats in conversation with tech companies and academics. Well, what they told us, the companies, is that we are going to end up in a world where on this part of the world, we're being told to do this, on this other one, we're going to be told to do this, et cetera, et cetera. Well, ultimately, we're going to accept that the internet doesn't exist anymore if we go that way. So I think that speaks to the urgency of having a roadmap, at least principles, what it is to fight the harms while preserving.
Yeah, I was just going to say, you know, we're long past sort of like techno optimism. Everyone has the same internet. We have splinternets. The analyst Ben Thompson he calls it the four internets, which is the U.S. internet model, the European internet regulation model, the Chinese model, and then what he calls the Indian model. And I guess you'd probably say the Russians have now the chart of the Chinese model. But I don't think it's hopeless. And I think to the extent that, you know, war may force Americans and Europeans for us to realize that our approaches are not radically different on all things. Obviously, there's a little bit, there are some important differences, but differences that may be more meaningful in peacetime than in wartime with respect to global internet governance.
Right, yeah, and I mean, where we're seeing the action in terms of regulation, at least right now, is the DSA in Europe. There does not seem to be bipartisan agreement on how or whether to reform Section 230 in the US in our Congress. There's been one bill advanced so far, the Earn It Act, out of committee, and no timeline, if at all, to go to the floor. There's been a lot of pushback from very diverse groups, Wikimedia to ACLU to tech companies, raising a lot of concerns about encryption and privacy. So that's the main example I'm seeing in terms of a very narrow approach to 230 reform in the US, and it's created a very unique group of bedfellows in opposition, making it, you know, difficult for passage. That seems, in my view. So just kind of your view on, like, you know, is 230 form, even in a very narrow approach, even possible in the US Congress now? Or are we just going to be seeing these same companies operating on different rules in different parts of the world? Yeah.
Well, for Wikipedia, Section 230 is kind of existential.
Right.
Right. Without Section 230, our community wouldn't be able to actually set rules and enforce them for what actually is knowledge, without getting sued out of oblivion every time somebody doesn't like their Wikipedia page, right? So it's absolutely existential. And it's not to say that there is no possible way that 230 could ever be reformed that wouldn't be harmful, but the getting it right is going to be very, very difficult. In a way that doesn't inflict collateral damage on communities, you know, just putting aside commercial platforms, just on communities' right to participate in projects that serve the public interest. And there are so many other things that can be done, regulatory approaches that can be taken that don't involve Section 230, that have not been tried for some reason. You know, privacy law, for example, more transparency. There's a whole list. Everybody's heard them, of other ways we can address the reasons why disinformation, harmful content get amplified and targeted and end up being weaponized. So why don't we deal with the measures that are less likely to hurt civic space, less likely to hurt open societies, less likely to hurt people in Ukraine who are trying to use our platforms to share knowledge, rather than go down this path where we're just not sure. There could well be some tweaks, but you really have to do your due diligence around them. And that due diligence has just not been done.
I think whether it's tinkering with 230 or some other vehicle, any kind of speech affecting legislation just breaks over the rock of partisans wanting different things out of content moderation. Right now, and this is a broad brush, but the right seems to want platforms to be required to host things that they don't currently host, and the left would like to see them required to remove things that they currently don't remove. And to the extent that any piece of legislation is seen as advantaging one of those goals, some folks on the other side come up and have an issue with it. Even when you look to bills ostensibly in other spaces, this antitrust Open App Markets Act, to the extent that the right thinks that some of the sort of App Store anti-competitive behavior provisions would prevent Parler or Gab from being kicked off of app stores, then some in the center left see that as a potential problem with the bill. So outside of a legislative vehicle which totally kicks the can down the road, like a really broad duty of care to be interpreted by executive agencies or judges, I don't see any substantive way forward right now.
I think also, we've been debating some of these big, meaty philosophical questions at the heart of global content moderation. It makes the Section 230 debate look like such small potatoes, right? I mean, let's be real. Section 230 and its European analog, the e-commerce directive, strike an amazing balance that both allows for user-generated content and encourages and incentivizes platforms to do content moderation. Many of the proposals, the Digital Services Act is even really interesting because a lot of what the Digital Service Act does is put in place transparency and due process requirements for platforms around content moderation. And I would be willing to bet that when this is all said and done, that most people's problem with content moderation isn't actually the transparency and due process, it's the decision itself. They just don't like the decision that's made. And so, that's fine, that, more transparency can be useful, but it's nibbling around the edges. And frankly, I think just, this kind of inspires me that to have more opportunities for this kind of deep philosophical question about what content moderation's rules ought to be on platforms. Should it be a human rights standard? Should it be other things? That's extremely useful, and I think beneficial for both users, for society, for platforms themselves.
If I could, I completely agree with you, Adam, and I think that even those who should have that conversation should be the legislators themselves. I mean, I would love to see, I don't know.
You're more optimistic than I am, but I do think that you earlier made the exact right point, which is the companies are not yet fully set up for having these kind of debates about something before it happens.
Yeah.
The Oversight Board is encouraging that conversation, encouraging more thoughtfulness around it, but mostly most hard content moderation, a lot of it lurches from crisis to crisis. And that's not good either. But you can also imagine a future where that's not necessarily the case, right? You look in the national security arena and, you always hear about national security types doing war game exercises, right? Well, why shouldn't content moderation have sort of war game exercises, right? No, seriously, where we really debate, because you can look at what's happening in Ukraine, right? Okay, what would happen if Facebook blocked all of its services in Russia? What would be the likely effect, not just on Facebook services, by the way, on global politics? I don't know that there's much opportunity or venue for that kind of conversation and gaming out. And I don't think politicians are the ones going to have it. Sorry, but I do think it needs to happen. Yeah.
Well, thank you, thank you, thank you, Rebecca, for this open brainstorm. No, we'd love to, because I'm asking this because, first of all, we should acknowledge that there is a lot of misunderstanding, or probably lack of understanding, of what Section 230 is in the first place. Outside of the United States, took me 3 years. And thank God the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard, where I was first a fellow, for educating me. So even before discussing all these principles, we should even agree on what we're talking about. And I'm sure that there are many European lawmakers who don't know that much about Section 230, who read it only from newspapers or from scandals. And that is a problem in itself, because there is a philosophy behind Section 230. There's a history. So, yeah.
Well, some of them know intermediary liability. And you know, a lot of governments impose strong liability on platforms for what their users do. China being perhaps the strongest, India placing rather strong liability as well, which is one of the reasons why takedowns are so frequent in India. So there are a lot of governments that are actually tightening liability on platforms around the world, which in itself is a troubling trend, because in countries where liability is strong, you see over-censorship, you see platforms erring on the side of taking stuff down, you see also abuse of the law by authorities. And so that is the future when you increase liability, unless you can come up with a way that won't be the future and really game it through. But I've not seen anything remotely resembling that.
I think we can open it up to audience Q&A if anyone has a question. And we have a mic we'll steal someone's mic.
Thank you. Adam and Will have been the descriptive element here, and Julie and Rebecca have been the normative, what should be. You guys are focusing on the practicality of exigent circumstances and the trade-offs that are made, and you'd like more transparency in process, and you'd like us to use international human rights law. But everything is decided in the context of an example. So I would just ask Rebecca and Julie, I mean, looking at the example of Senator Warner saying, take down Russia today, or Zelensky saying, take down everything that has anything to do with Russia. In those two examples of content moderation, what do you think they should do in terms of processes, transparency, and human rights? Thank you.
So what the company should do. The first thing is, when we talk about transparency, we remember 3 or 4 years ago when many platforms, most of them American, decided to label state-operated or state-funded media. And many of this decision targeted Russia-affiliated organizations. And I remember that there was a lot of frustration, including in France, in asking, well, why specifically Russian? It's as if that rule was made just for the Russians. So I think explaining that it's based on objective criteria, for instance, how much money, the media relies on from the government or government subsidies to operate. These are kind of, objective criteria that could be explained to an audience, so that the decision to, make the call of censoring, it's not really censorship, could be debated, but at least limiting the reach of these state-operated media, a state that is now accused of violating international rules with regards to the war and peace, could be better understood if there had been that explanation work done by the platforms, or at least that objective criteria, basing the decision on objective criteria. I'm not sure that such thing has happened yet. We just know now that Russia Today is censored, but I bet you that many of the users, especially in two markets that I know most of, which are European market and French market particularly, where Russia Today is, the TV is quite popular, to be very honest. These two markets, I bet you that many users do not understand why that decision was made. but it does rely on very objective criteria. That's one example that I would give.
Yeah, I mean, with Wikipedia, it's the community that decides which sources are acceptable in what contexts. And it often depends on the subject matter, right? So if it's COVID-19 pages, the editors who are involved with those pages are, have banned a lot of different sources as being not credible in that context. That wouldn't be banned on Facebook, right? And have very strict rules for what the sources are. So it's very contextual and very driven by experts around a specific situation, right? So, I mean, I think you're fishing for, should Congress ban RT? Well, I don't think they can, because not in this country because of First Amendment. It would be challenged, I would assume. But I think these situations are very contextual to the platform, and in terms of the problem you're trying to solve, which depends on the context in which that information is being shared. RT is shared in the context of, an ad targeting kind of situation very differently from an online encyclopedia that, may be sharing information about, tourist sites in somewhere, right, and might cite something from RT, and so it really kind of depends, right? And this is, it comes down to transparency. It comes down to having an accountable mechanism, right? I don't think you can necessarily sort of just blanket say, here's what we should be doing, here's what all platforms should be doing in all circumstances related to RT or any other source.
If you want to make a final remark.
No, I mean, if we're in the space of talking about what platforms should do, I don't think that they should remove RT or pull their services entirely from Russia. I don't think either leads to a sustainable rule that can be applied to other situations. At the end of the day, if people can see RT, but they can also see plenty of other things, I'm not too worried. Nobody worried about people watching Baghdad Bob back in 2003 or whatever. They can say what they want, and the reality on the ground will be what it is. What matters is people having access to that reality more than whose propaganda gets pulled.
I know we have a few more questions, but I think we have to wrap it up because we have another panel in the main room with Denice Ross, the Chief Scientist from the White House. But I want to thank all of our wonderful panelists for like a wonderfully engaging conversation. Thank you.